Alright guys, what's up my brethren, and welcome back to 999. Today, finally, I'm not sure how long this video will be, but we are finally going to finish this game. We're here. The last thing we have to do is get through whatever all this is. So, let's get straight into it, man. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this game is going to end. We still have a bunch of unanswered questions. I'm ready for this. Whatever this game has to throw at me. The story is crazy. The endings are kind of hit or miss. Some of them are really good. Some of them are kind of bad. The last two we got are kind of bad. But every other ending we got is pretty good. Whatever this next ending is, has to be something amazing. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything, to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the two 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red vacant. The remaining people was 7. 5, 4, 7, 16, 1, 6, 7. There was no possible way for them to open a door with 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June. About Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive. If she had escaped this horrible boat. That was when Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
7 opened his mouth to respond when a noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something, vigorously. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and 7 looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Clover motioned to 7 to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where is it coming from? Could it be?
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right!
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Man, use the muscles you got
Just
there.
shut up and try!
Use that beefy exterior you got there, 7. Julie and 7 grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip, but with what little purchase they could find, and pulled with all their strength.
Damn it!
Man, it won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that. But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Chloe ran to examine the pews and Steven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
There's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need something.
The world blinked. Suddenly, there was a voice inside of Junpei's head. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. And now Truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
Wait, what? What the hell was that? That voice?
Junpei was utterly and completely baffled.
Huh? What?
What's up?
Civ and Chlor ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them. Huh? Well, you just hear a voice come out of there, and what are you supposed to say? If you told them he heard a voice, they'd laugh, or worse, think he was going insane. So all he said was...
Oh, nothing.
He cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei. He pressed the buttons. Left, right, left, right, left. That was it. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 8 numbers blinked on and then off on the bracelet display. Junpei checked one last time. 1, 4, 3, 8, 4, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Huh?
Huh?
Junpei, how the hell did you know this? Like, how the hell? Because that's a different timeline.
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Oh my gosh. Are those?
Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so that he wouldn't forget.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
With trembling fingers, he punched them in. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Then there was a sound of the coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up, out of it.
No way!
What?
Why are you...
I bet. Sans,
Is that you, Clover?
Snake.
I apologize for worrying you. Snake!
You? Why?
Junpei? And Seven? Is that you? Is everyone else there as well?
Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake that just simply cut to the cut to the heart of the matter and asked.
Jeez.
Junpei and Seven shared a weary smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears.
You're back.
With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms. Aww.
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
Oh, you're back.
Clover looked like nothing so much as a child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she were about to begin hyperventilating.
You're back. You're really here.
Her voice was happy, but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tight as she could. Perhaps she had to convince herself this was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
You're back.
Come now, what's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Not as though. You did. I really thought you were dead.
Huh?
You jerk! Idiot! Idiot! Idiot!
I can see her just pounding her fist on his chest. Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew they had little time, and every minute they waited was a minute they wasted, it felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired.
I see. I believe I understand things rather well now, thank you. In the shower room, there is a dead body wearing my clothes.
Yeah.
Because of that, you thought that I was dead, correct?
Right, in this timeline, Ace, we never found that Ace was the killer. Or we never found that Ace tried to kill Snake. So, yeah, in this timeline, Santa was being the bitch. Santa's being a motherfucker right now. Kidnapped Akane and took Ace and Lois with him. He had quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here, in this room.
That's exactly
Do
what
I
happened.
have it straight?
Well, the dead body in the captain's quarters is a surprise.
Oh yeah, we never told you about that, Seven.
Sorry, there wasn't a good time to tell you.
Don't worry about it.
Well then. I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this, and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me.
Well, that was Ace,
And
but
the corpse in the captain's quarters.
I'm not sure who killed the captain. I'm not sure where the random guy came from, but it was Ace who tried to kill you.
Why were they killed in the way they were?
You don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X. Anyway, this Mr. X
gonna give it to
Snake's clothes. But you're wearing some kind of weird robes.
Which do look kind of cool, but
That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that was.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
When were you knocked out?
When we split up to look for the red.
Where did they get you? Do you...
It was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck.
What happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A canister releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Then that means it was...
right, you told us something last time, so yeah.
Zero.
It had to be 0.
Looks that way, huh?
There's nothing else I have to tell you.
Well, I guess he did 0 might have just planned all this to get back at Ace, but like...
When I woke up, I was in this coffin.
Junpei crossed his arms and thought.
Why? Why did Zero make Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How would that benefit Zero? I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? And I have no idea how I got the passcode for the coffin either.
Freaking, past you. A different timeline you just came back from the future and told you. came and broke the loss of time and told you.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Where did those words come from? Why did I feel compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them?
Because the past you, a different version of you did it. Seven had asked him about it while they were waiting for Clover to finish crying. He had no answer for him then, and he still didn't.
All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like I did it subconsciously. I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean?
His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, and theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think.
Also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
Yep.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was...
There had been another experiment conducted on this same ship 9 years ago.
Sorry.
The girl had died during it. Morphogenetic field theory. The two murders. Switching clothes. The Nonary game.
And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself, the maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together, and the point connecting to the dots.
Zero.
Yeah, Zero's the main reason for all this, so...
He's the ringleader. The person who trapped 9 of us on this sinking ship. Zero should know everything. If we can uncover Zero's identity, all of our questions will be answered.
Right, who is Zero, though? Like, that's the real one. Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it, or perhaps...
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
Yeah, we have enough for the number.
Oh yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
Right, Seven, come on. As they sniped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
I, assumed you'd figured it out.
I mean, I did it when I first got this ending. Seven stomped off toward the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. Seven quickly laid his hand on the red, and asterisks appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. Seven glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red.
Alright, you guys ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Man, it sucks was waiting for them behind this, because I know. Junpei paused for a moment.
Not yet.
What? Junpei?
Huh?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, Seven, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us.
What do you mean? We don't need...
What?
Just do it, alright? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here.
Junpei looked directly into Seven's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded.
Fine.
Seven pulled down on the lever, and door 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8, and it closed again. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So, we knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right. It is. Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
Oh yeah, Clover took it. Yeah, for a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's what you picked up. She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to Seven.
This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters, Cap. Then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet.
Yeah. 5 plus 4 plus 0
The
is
big
9.
question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, would he really put one of these bracelets on? And Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand.
Okay.
Now the captain's bracelet.
Nah, it wouldn't work, right? Because we found out the bracelet is a 6. However, the door didn't open. The red display read error.
Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a third asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register.
7 waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0.
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number is it?
Let's find out.
Junpei. Scan the bracelet for this combination. Is it 6? I know that for sure. So, what else? What can I get to 6? It's 5, 2, 5, 7, 6. No. It's 7, snake, that's 9, 5, and 6. It's 7 clover. That's 11. Plus a 6. Makes 17. 8. Nope. This is me, just us.
Let's try 7, me, and Cap.
7, 5.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 6.
Hey, it opened! The door opened!
What? Why? What does that mean?
Right, that's something I never figured out last time too. Like, why is that a 6 bracelet if it's a 0? But 7, both 7 and Clover seem rather shaken. As they turn to look at Junpei for answers, the door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow.
Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
7 plus 5 plus 6 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Oh.
Oh.
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
Before Jimmy could answer, Snake spoke up.
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But June has a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with.
What? But no, there's no way, because if it wasn't 6, we wouldn't have been able to get through some of these doors.
Her bracelet.
No way. No.
Was flipped.
No way. No, bro, no, I thought about it. It's like, no way. A 9?
In other words,
She had a 9
June's
bracelet?
real number is...
9.
That seems the most likely.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Clover grabbed Jimmy's notebook and began to write furiously in it.
Here, look.
Bro, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if it was a 9, then some of these doors shouldn't have opened. Jimmy leaned over to look at it.
List of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake?
Right, bro, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, no way. So if those are the doors that June went through, then if it wasn't a 6 and it was a 9, they should have been able to get through these doors.
And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with whom. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
That's Santa. Well, Santa and Lotus have been with June the whole time?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3 and 8. 3 and 8 have been with yeah, Santa and Lotus have been with June the whole time.
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
But so was Lotus, right? So
What
like,
about it?
That's quite simple, really.
did Santa know the whole time? How the hell did
You
he
told
know?
me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind.
Because he found out. But how did he know?
Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus.
Well, that is true, but
Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3.
what? What?
Santa's real number, 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
If Santa's real number isn't 3,
Yeah, sure.
7 took the pen from the confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations.
This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
0. He read out the changes he made. When he finished, he looked at Snake. What? Snake's real number was 0? I mean,
Thank
Santa?
That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3.
His real number was 0.
It was 0.
How the hell?
No way. Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3.
Wait, so is Santa 0?
Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Santa was still playing by the rules of the Nonary game this whole time.
Precisely.
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
So wait, are we really saying Santa is 0?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0, if my hypothesis is correct.
Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei. Junpei remained silent and thought.
Snake's hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right.
Right, like, something's not right. Santa wouldn't have done this.
June's bracelet being flipped.
I mean, if that is right.
Even if that were possible, that would mean there are 2 number 9 bracelets.
Yeah, because the ninth man had a 9 bracelet. And it didn't work, because Ace, and other things, Ace took that shit. So,
If that's the case,
All right, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door.
door 9 opened. They left through.
It's right there.
The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped. After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions head down the long hallway in front of them.
All right, let's keep going.
At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship.
I think these stairs go to the bottom deck.
They leaned out and looked over the side.
Looks dry.
Let's head down.
After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left and into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door.
Hey, it's a...
And of course, there was a symbol engraved on the keyhole. It looked like some sort of harpoon one was used to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape of it with his finger.
This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere.
Was that door here before?
Neptune key.
I only have the Uranus keycard.
Clearly it wasn't going to open the door.
It's a different planet. Plus, it's the wrong kind of key.
Let's turn around and go back for now.
Yeah.
After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they came.
Hey, another door.
With a little more searching, they found a metal door.
And a card reader this time.
The symbol was engraved onto the card reader.
It's the Uranus symbol.
This is the place.
He muttered to himself and slid the card to the reader. It beeped once, and the light on it turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found themselves in was full of books. A library?
Wow! It's totally full of books!
There's so many. I don't know where to look.
It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books, more the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Jimmy did his best to speak with authority.
All right, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
Very well.
Sure thing.
Alright, let's go work, guys.
Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge. Oh, shit! As he began his search, for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float throughout his mind. Here we go. Is the mummy in here? No way. Or in that door? The library. Let's see what we got. There's a note on the table. Lights to the books. Huh. What does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader's onto the next? They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself. That's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. Not at all. I live in the darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths of others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. Snake's trying to be all philosophical. It says lights to the books. The handrail is made of metal. It's a coat rack, like a place where you can hang coats and hats and stuff. Well, this was not too big, so maybe just hats. Energy theory, huh? I don't know. I don't even understand the damn title. So this shows all science and technology. Teletemporation and telepathy. What the hell is this one about? Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teletemporation. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. Really? This book is called Mind Swap? You mean you could like change bodies with someone? Well, I guess I wouldn't mind switching bodies with my brother or Jimmy too much, but I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me. What the hell? Like I even want to swap bodies with a little brat like... Hey, were you just oh, nah, Seven. Hey, were you just imagining it? You were. Shut up. Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. Oh God, Kitab al-Azif. Man, they got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one. Who's that? Some famous guy? It's not a person's name. It's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul al-Hazred. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon. Oh, so these are all occult books and stuff? This one says, The Golden Rabbit and the Moon on it. Does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon, according to Chinese legend. Huh. Okay, does any of this stuff help us? What the heck is this? What the? What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. Hey, what if we, like, switch them around? Switch them around? Yeah. If we move them around, maybe they'll spell something. Oh, I get it. Yeah, heck, it's worth a shot. Move them around, huh? Well... that one says nope. Let's see. Here? That says here. Oh, open. Open here, find bulb. Okay, hey, chill. Okay, I found it, okay? How about this? By putting those books in the right order, open this thing right up here. That was a piece of cake. Hooray! You did, Junpei. I guess that turned out well enough. So the letters from the tiles spell out, open here, find bulb. What are we gonna do with the light bulb? The light bulb looks like it's brand new, and it's really big, so it'll make a lot of light. Well, that's one puzzle solved. Our property value is going up out in space. Those two, what? Our property value is going up out in space too these days. Man, I guess things are tough for aliens too. This one says cosmic inflation. Quantum gravity 7. Do you have any idea what this is? How about you start by using real words? Then maybe we'll get somewhere. I love 7, y'all. He tried. What's this? An overview of conformal field theory. Ah, well, it's a theory that points to invariant quantum field where conformal transformation can take place. Don't get off with the science voodoo stuff. You're trying to put me to sleep. All this here is Faraday's law of electrosis. I believe that's going to be about electrosis as an damn, I can't say the word. Electrolyte solution. These particular laws were set down by Michael Faraday. Well, I don't know who that man is. Supersymmetric string theory and 10-dimensional spacetime. They're just talking about superstring theory. It's a theory of reality where, how to explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations and harmonics of tiny supersymmetric strings. Well, sounds boring in a way, I guess. Anything else that should be? Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. This one says, transition of extinct species. We need to hurry it up or we're going to end up in the pages of a book like that. I agree. Introduction to geology. Huh. Thinking about the Earth, even when you're on the ocean. Kind of romantic in a way, I guess. Creatures of the South Seas. Huh. I wonder if this one's got a picture of colorful fish and stuff. Micrographia. Huh. Ah yes. Robert Hooke's famous work, first published in 1665. He built a microscope and examined insects, inorganic substances, and other things too small to be seen in detail by human eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he examined, and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess that Shelf is concerned with natural sciences. Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, do you know what this was about? Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe we should ask a human with a tail. Mankind's ancestors most likely lost their tails if they were no longer useful, and the nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. At least that's what I read. I was rather young. I may have remembered it incorrectly. Huh? Why the hell would a kid be reading a book like this? Hey, I wouldn't mind having a tail, alright? Mother Nature. that some sort of book about hippie chicks? Oh my god, 7. Probably not. Except perhaps 10 gently. It's most likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. I didn't believe you. Dude, hippie chicks, really? The theory of evolution. Heck, here, I know this one. This that Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of the Species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Natural selection. Like some people just gotta die, alright? Theories of the Cambrian explosion. Did a bomb go off near somewhere called Cambria? Oh, wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what was known as the Cambrian period, research suggests that a variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened is, however, still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is mostly like a collection of them. We've been reading just titles of books for like the past 10, 15 minutes. Alright, I think it's time we went down. Oh my god, more books. The Pythagorean theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. Algebraic number theory. Math, huh? There's another one like that over here. You mean something like primary number theory, or analytical number theory, or geometry? Oh my gosh, how do you know? Nobody say anything about those. Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. If there was a book named Algebraic Number Theory, I took a wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right. This one's Gold Batch's Conjecture. Conjecture? What's it about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay? It's something. That's a weird book, Junpei. Indian mathematics. That's funny. Why's that funny? It says Riemann hypothesis. What is there to hypothesize about with Riemann? Isn't it pretty straightforward? Heavens no. There are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication, or lack of. It's an exciting and rapid growing field. Whoa. I don't think I get it. What's this about? Dad kind. What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a complication of his work. Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary? Okay, Leibniz? This book is in German. It looks like it's the complete work of something. I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know. Sheldrake. Sheldrake. Isn't Sheldrake... It says Sheldrake on the spine of the book. It's got the volume number on the lower part of the spine. Huh. Weirdly enough. Oh, okay, that was really weird. More books. Modern Japanese literature, huh? A picture book. Here? Looks like it's an old folktale. Don't you think it's a little weird that this book's the only picture book? Maybe you ought to hold on to it. Tales of Old Japan? It's got a magic wand on it. Okay. So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages inside. Smart. Whoa. What the heck? A Papa book? SE5? What is that? Well, when I opened it, these 4 letters popped out. So I guess it's a pop-up book then. SE5. I wonder what that means. Agriculture and historical organizations of folklore. What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore? Looks like there's a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all those things if you know where to look. This looks pretty deep. What the heck is this? It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of those things that look kind of like music stands. Hey Junpei, you think maybe you're supposed to put those pop-up books on the stands? Then you can open them up. Oh yeah. If we do that, then they make a shadow on the bottom there. True, but there are 3 stands, right? We don't have enough picture books. In other words, we need 3 more picture books. Well, there are books here in all sorts of languages. But there's something suspicious about the shelf on the left. Let's see what we got here. So many books here. Wonder what this one's... Whoa! What's this? Warm? Oh, sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Hey, what's the deal with the sappy stuff? Did you 2 touch hands? You touch tip? Oh, well, there's more. Oh my god. There's so much more. Functions of the human brain, huh? I guess this is a book about the nervous system. I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. I'm kind of curious about it too. There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know? This one, it looks just like that picture book from earlier. The one with the pop-ups. You think they're part of a series or something? They do have the same binding. Fundamentals of baseball? There's a baseball in this one. Come on, Junpei, let's see what's in it. I'm gonna go on a limb and say it's probably baseball stuff. Whoa! Head! Head. Oh, look, Seven, here's a book that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength. I'm just saying that because it says muscle. Principles of Monkey Behavior. Oh my god, no. Hold on. I imagine that's a book describing praxeology studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionarily. So I imagine the research was fruitful. I feel like they could have had a perfect joke calling Seven a monkey or a gorilla. This book is just called Dissection. The bookshelf must be all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. The library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Well, it's about to blow up in like an hour. Human equilibrium theory. Human anatomy. Regeneration of internal organs. Ancient gladiators. What's this book doing here? Maybe they were researching human physical limits across history. Look, this one's called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You see they're talking about if you like lose part of your body and you could grow it back? I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed. In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a 6th sense. Like telepathy. Dissection Atlas, huh? The whole shelf is full of medical books. Well, that didn't help. This book says Mind Swap on the spine. Sounds like a reality show. The book is called... Okay, we read this. God, what the hell? Hold on, did we read all this stuff already? I feel like we did, right? I'm not tripping. Hey, there's another one of those kids' books. It's a lot like the other ones we found. Cowboys and Indians? This one has some Native American on the cover. Hey, Jupiter, take a look at this one. Native Americans, huh? Maybe it's got some... Whoa. Lilk? Guess it's one of them pop-up books, right? Got the letters L, R, and K popping out of it. Can't make any sense of them, though. Large, round, and kinky? Nah, probably not. 7. It's a cupboard from the bottom floor. scaffolding set up in the shape of a cross. Let's just go down, okay? Let's see. It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. Right. Okay, how about we try putting these picture books on the stands? Then... This is a little weird. There's a light here somewhere, right? There are 3 lights in this thing. They're not very bright, though. Hey, didn't we find some kind of really powerful light bulb earlier? Why don't we put it into one of those lights? Yeah, well, they'll get a lot brighter, but if there are 3 lights, that means 3 light bulbs. There won't be much point unless we can replace all 3 bulbs. We need 3 light bulbs, huh? Okay, well... This bookshelf has a sort of glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there are only 6 books in it. It seems kind of weird. Hey, it looks like there's something on the bottom. I can't really see it though. The glass is all foggy. Oh, great, a code. I try to play this bolted down. I don't think it's a door. I think it's just a wall. There's something I gotta do with these books. I'm so sure, but I don't know what. This big opening is the door to the library. It's pretty impressive, although it looks like the door to a shrine or a church or something. There's another door after it, then a passageway beyond that. At the end of that passageway is a door with a Neptune symbol engraved on it. Hurry up, we need to find the key with the mark of a Neptune. Okay, this sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world. Man, that's like 7, I don't exist. Well, there's not much we can really... here? We already found this one. So... The black hole hypothesis. Gamma ray astrophysics. I guess this book has an astronomy theme. What's Hellenism? I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. These books all seem to be about history. History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. A history of Buddhism. Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome. Yeah, that's gonna be a serious inherent text. Permian creatures. Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention, most of them were likely reptiles and amphibians. Without hair, I can't imagine they had much need of a perm. Oh my god. It's got nothing to do with this. Hey, look at this one. This book's called Greek Mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it's just put me to sleep. I bet Seven's read it. I bet Snake's read it. This one's called The History of the Western World. Well, I assume it's about European history. I thought cowboys, I'm gonna lie to you. Yeah, just gonna leave it at that, Snake. Doesn't seem like you. Oriental history. Maybe this was about China's 4,000 years of history or something? Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. I feel like we're getting off topic here. There's a pretty generic title. An overview of photochemistry? I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay? So there's a whole lot of space behind these books. Look, Junpei, I think there's just something hidden behind the books. Finally, man, this is a brand new light bulb. Where'd it go? I was looking for like a good like 10 minutes. I was like, where the fuck am I missing? Automated robotic assembly line techniques. Huh. What's that? Some sort of comic book? Jeez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh? No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. What's this one called? It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. There's a couple of books on this glass shelf. From left to right they say volume 632415. Oh, is that the code? know the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you get the right one to open it. What the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. I must as well give it a shot. Shit, I kind of forgot it. It was... I fucked up. Hold on. 632415. 632415. And there we go. You did it, Junpei! Yay! I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if I can just open it, right? Nice, and there it is. That took a while. Feels like a light bulb. Feels like a light bulb. All 6 books need to point to the cylinder lock. Whatever, we got it, man. Let's just do this. Alright, so there are 3 lights in here. I'm gonna change these bulbs. Now they should. Shield Drake 5? Shield Rake 5. Awesome, it worked. Way to go, Junpei. Good job, buddy. There's something projecting on the bottom. These letters, they seem familiar. Yeah, I know what that is. It says Shield Drake on the spine of the book. It's got the volume 5. It's got the number written on the lower part of the volume. Huh. I mean, that's the book, right? So...
Sheldrake 5?
Junpei read the text out loud.
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Civa and Clover walked off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind.
Sheldrake.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
Junpei grinned.
Yeah, Lotus told me about him.
Oh, did she?
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory.
Oh, that's the one.
Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
She did?
Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
You did? Why?
Oh, so you know what this is.
Well...
Junpei's eyes narrowed.
Look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
Tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Snake's shoulders slumped and he shook his head slowly.
Ugh.
He finally given up.
Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything.
Finally, can we get some answers on this thing that happened 9 years ago?
But not here. Let's move to the top floor.
Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then finally crossed his arms and spoke.
I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well.
Please? Finally?
To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice.
What?
He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper.
That's
It's his braille.
card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards.
The whole time.
No, only one.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, wasn't it you who read us the card? That's the same card. You read us the card.
I thought that card just had some rules for the Nonary game on it.
You didn't read the whole
Yes,
thing.
it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say, there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator.
Oh, damn, Zero.
It's a threat on our lives.
Oh. Well,
Snake nodded.
well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Yeah.
That is kind of weird.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone.
Right, because you never know. But like, well, why only tell you to not speak about it?
Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff.
Well, you never know, right? It's
She's
Zero.
prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
Snake glanced down at Clover and Steven, examining one of the bookshelf, even though he couldn't see them.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the four-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first
Bro,
experiment.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Sure.
no, Santa was a part of this too. 9 years ago.
He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was.
Snake paused and cocked his head as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him.
Hey, Snake?
Jimmy wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him.
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment.
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
I see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at two locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. And the girl that died during the experiment.
But we don't know her name.
She told you all that, did she?
Snake looked down. His face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body, and he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Jimmy could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face and looked at Junpei.
At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
is who did this and why, right?
yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes.
Snake nodded slowly.
The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo,
Ace.
Nagisa Nijisaki,
Don't know.
Teruaki Kubota,
Don't know.
Takachika Musashido.
Don't know.
Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division.
Huh?
Musashido was their majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido...
Jimmy couldn't shake the sense that he heard those 4 names somewhere before.
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonary Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will.
Uh-huh.
The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produced the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
Right.
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Yeah.
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder.
He's still a murderer.
They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
Right. Like, they believe it, so it doesn't matter.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
He believed, so Ace believed in it,
That's right.
so he made it happen. Snake nodded.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding.
Huh.
Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
If one person can do it, then other people can do it. That's the basic thing about it.
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
People telling other people things to do without initially telling them what to do. Jimmy thought about it for a moment.
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish.
Yeah, it's basically like mind control in some way.
That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. Close enough, at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began.
I see. So it was just to make sure. It was just a test to see if it could work. Snake suddenly looked very serious.
By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Jimmy cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project.
Really? So if a pair got it right, then they were picked for the Nonary game?
The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise. Children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered.
Yeah, he took them, kidnapped by force.
They were kidnapped.
And that's where 7 comes in, because he got to know of this kidnapping. His face barely moved as he spoke.
There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9.
So, if I'm understanding this right, it was you, Clover, Santa, and apparently Lois's 2 kids that were part of this experiment.
The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting.
So they can tell people what to do.
They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A.
The group that would listen to the command.
Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. The other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind?
I guess that's happened to me before, but...
It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access.
Because if they're in danger, if they're in danger, then they're looking for a way out. No matter how difficult or like easy it can be, they're looking for the way to escape the danger.
That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the Nonary game as the ship sunk.
Fucking children! Are you serious, Ace? Children! Here it's just a bunch of grown-ups and people like in college or in their 40s. Children!
By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Every detail was exactly the same.
So they were solving puzzles with the other group on the boat.
Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A.
Yeah, so the ones in the building would solve the puzzle, and then they would have to transmit the answer to their pair on the boat to help them get out.
If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical.
Oh, so they were telling them how to get down.
Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in.
Oh, so they were telling them, like, oh, okay, so basically the same thing. It's like they're telling them what to do to get out of there. And because they already did themselves.
By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic in Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Snake's kind of defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak...
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses?
Damn, Seven?
Get down here already!
My ass ain't that flat, alright? Just cause you big. Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap.
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon.
Snake headed for the stairs, but Jimmy put out an arm to stop him.
Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Wait, didn't Seven say something about only being 9 kids that were taken away?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, Snake, yeah, Seven said something about only like 16 kids.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment.
Oh, yeah, you would know because you were there.
After all, you couldn't exactly play a Nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Or they faked it.
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi.
What?
The sister's name was...
No way.
Her name was...
Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if he was about to say brought him great pain.
Her name was Akane.
What?
That was the girl who died.
What?
Wait.
No, what? What? Jimmy felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry, and his head felt light.
Akane Kurashiki died
No. No way.
9 years ago? Then...
Don't believe this crap, Junpei. Hell no. We've been with Akane for like plus 10 hours in this game, alright?
No. That's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name.
Right, it's not that uncommon.
If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything. There was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, alright?
Aoi, isn't that one of the kids? Snake raised an eyebrow but just said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing with the rear.
I couldn't do it. Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of his feet against metal dug at his heart. No, bro. No. This is it. This is what the shadow picture was pointing to. But didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture? Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Or you look at that, there's a big red button behind this book. I guess we should press the button. Bro, there's no way. There's no way they're talking about the real Akane, right? 2 doors? What was that sound? It sounded like something really big was moving. It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. What the heck is this? There's a keyboard in front of the numbers. And there are 4 Roman numerals on the wall. There's gotta be a hint of some sort. That's 13, 14, 10, and 13. Those are all Roman numerals. Do you think you need to put in the numbers from the wall on the keyboard? No, you can't. The keyboard doesn't have any number keys. You can't type in stuff like 3 or 4. Then that means... somebody carved some Roman numerals onto the wall. Specifically 13, 14, 10, and 13. Alright, this handle's gonna open the door for me. Doesn't matter how hard we pull this thing, it's not going anywhere. It's probably locked. Handle in the middle. Yeah, it's not gonna open. I know you're feeling kind of rushed, but you think realize it's pointless, don't you? It's not going to get you anywhere. There's only one thing we can do. Let's go. What was it? There was a hint for this. The numeral system chart, right? So 10 is base. So it's D E dead. Here. Well, I bet you can't type something on that keyboard. Yeah, but you're going to enter letters. And it looks like you can only enter 4 letters. Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, I'm right. No way, I'm right. It has to be D-E-A-D. Dead. Yes, sir. Yay, you did it, Junpei. It's unlocked now. Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on. We got it unlocked, didn't we? Let's go, hurry up. Say less. It's a thick metal door. There's a handle in the middle of it, though. So, why not? We put in the password. What else do we have to do? And that means it's the other door. Weirdly enough. Yep, it opened. Well, why are there 2 doors then? The door opened, and Junpei and the others left through it.
Alright, this is the next.
Just as Sam was about to finish the sentence, their attention was drawn to the clang of metal on metal ringing out behind them.
Ugh, the door!
It closed. They spun around. The door they just came through had slammed shut.
That just close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength.
Damn it.
Damn, that sucks.
It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute. Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh, man.
It took a second to look at the room they found themselves in. Holy shit, that's so much... What the... It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that can describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado that passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times.
Looks that way.
Junpei's heart fell.
No way!
We don't have the time to look through all this.
Real?
Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however. So it would be wise to start looking.
I agree.
Much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it.
Look, guys, I know, but
All right,
we gotta go.
Let's begin.
Damn, right there, puzzle room right off the bat. Alright, let's do this then. The study, huh? I'm guessing that's where 0 was. What the heck is this? Hey, Junpei, isn't this a nautical table? Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before. To the file screen. The ship's log? No, nautical table? You know, we've done some of this before. But whatever. Look, Junpei, the rust on here looks like Elvis's face. Yeah. How exciting. What the I don't know. She's going crazy. There are piles of crap everywhere. This place is a mess. It's so messy. I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these parts are the parts of the puzzle we solved in the other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero will shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles he needs to see his plan come to fruition. So, I mean, it's just a pile of junk. There's nothing useful here. I think these fans are for ventilation. They're probably to circulate air. There's some old computer monitors on the desk. You don't see CRT monitors that much anymore. Closer so you can see Elvis' face in it. I don't know where you see that, but okay. A pipe. Great. Gosh, this desk is really big, and it feels really sturdy. Yeah, it does seem pretty heavy duty. I suppose it belongs to whoever uses this room, wouldn't you say? Huh, what's this? There's a control panel in front of the big screen here. I wonder if any of these buttons do anything. Whoa, there's something on the screen now. What's this? There are 15 cells here, with numbers and letters in them. Let me see that. I see. So whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turns on or off. You just gotta use that to make the all cells in the right and the bottom green. Hey Junpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You want to take a look at it? Do you think this might have something to do with the puzzle? There's a piece of paper that Clover gave me. There are a bunch of numbers and letters connected by the equal signs on it. Just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyway, it looks like I just need to make all the cells all green. Huh. It's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But A's 10, B 11, 12, C... No, okay, it's all going down to 21. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so what are you? You're 4. You're 5. It's a C. You're 6. I think I get it, but if C is 12... Wait, well, what does A equal? 10. Is there an L somewhere? 21. Is F, what's F, 15? Okay, so yeah, it's equaling numbers. Okay, so 1 F is 15 and 5. That makes 21, which that's what L is. So what's 9 and a B? 11. That's 20. So there has to be a 1 here, right? But that's C. C is 12. Not every light has to be on. I'm guessing that's the case here. Or not every thing here has to be filled to match the number. Right? Because like, okay, so that's 6, that's 15. If I take away this B, somehow kept the F, yep, 20, the L will light up. Okay, so for this, I have to get rid of the D. I have to keep the F somehow. If I do that, that. Okay, let me figure this out. What turns on 6? This one, and that one. But then it turns off that. Okay, so we keep that. There we go. You did it, Junpei. You're so smart. You're seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me. Whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out. Is that a crest? A cross emblem. What the heck is all this? The drawer on the right side. There's nothing in it. There's a piece of paper in here. Not sure without taking a closer look, but it might be a clue. Jimmy, we don't need this anymore, do we? No, I don't think so. Yeah, this is for a puzzle we already solved. Is it? That puzzle? Okay, well, whatever. The monitor is part of the machine. It's really dim though. It's got a map of the world on it, but I can barely see it. Junpei, it looks like there's a compass on there. Ah, now I get it. What do you mean? I guess you weren't there, Clover, but I saw the puzzle like this once. I saw a puzzle like this one in the wheelhouse. I think I need to do the same thing here. The same thing? The important part is the nautical table we just found. I just have to match up the directions on the compass with the lines on the nautical table. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm going to use the wheel attached to the side here. Okay then, show me now. Of course. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. This looks like it probably works the same way the steering wheel in the wheelhouse did. If I just turn the direction I want it to turn to, the compass will turn that direction. And I just gotta press stop when the compass is pointing where I want. I'm betting something will happen if I can do it right. Alright, let's do this. So, where do we start from again? So, let's go east. East. The table is not complete. There's something weird about it. Because we had something like this before, right? But this isn't exactly the whole thing. Well, it is the whole thing, just a bit different. Right? And the one here. The one here is the exact same thing, but a little different. It's going in a different direction. Or it's reversed. So south, west, southeast, then northeast, then east, then north, and then it's east again. Okay, so it's down, left, diagonal down, down, left. So it's south. South. We go west. And it's southwest. Or southeast, sorry. Southeast, and then it's northeast. And then it's east, then north, and then east again. East, north, and east. Here we go. Yeah, you did, Junpei. Good boy. Who's a good boy? Knock it off. Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out the right side of the monitor. It just kind of slid open as something came out. Oh, yeah. I heard a noise, too. You know, the big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. Looks like something unlocking, you know? A noise, huh? A helm emblem. What else do we need, exactly? Oh, here? There's something written on the piece of paper. Looks like we got 3 sheets of stuff. Gosh. The medical record? No, that's not that one. No, not that one either. A Morse code chart? The Morse code chart. It was found in the steel shelf in the small, cluttered room. It has a Morse code key for the letters A to I. The short mark is called DIT and made by tapping the button. The long mark is called DA and made by holding the button down. So, DIT, DA, DA, DIT, 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 DA, DIT, DA, DIT, things like that. Okay. And there's 3 of them? Oh, well, all the letters of the alphabet, I guess, right? Huh. Okay. Well, where we're gonna need that? We're gonna need it somewhere soon. We need a key card, so there are piles of crap everywhere. This is a pretty impressive mess. If we try and search every one of these, we're gonna be at it until the crows come home. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. We don't have to go bring them in ourselves then. Don't you get smart with me, kid. How about we deal with this area later, okay, guys? Maybe we should try something more promising. Maybe his computers something to do with this? These monitors hang down from the ceiling. Each screen shows a room of the ship. Is that right? Well, a pipe. A pipe. A pipe. You guys are funny. You guys are real funny, alright? Oh, here we go. The keyboard. Let's just tap a few keys, see if we can make this thing up. Damn. No dice. There are 3 monitors here. The power's on, but there's nothing on them on any of the screens. It's so small. I wonder what's in it. I wonder what it is. I got no idea. Mouse. I think having a mess with it though. I need 2 more of these things? Oh, another one. Let's see what happens when I... Whoa. Well, now we gotta do something on the screen, at least. Huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out the Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Morse code? Yeah, the dots on here look like dits for Morse code. There's 2 dots in the first line, 4 on the second, and 1 on the last. Ah, I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Alright, I'll try. Before I do that though, maybe I'll run through the instructions. If I just tap the button, it'll enter DIT. If I hold the button, it'll enter DA. Once we enter our answer, it'll automatically determine if I was correct on the answer or not. I can also switch throughout the Morse code sheets I got in touching the 3 icons over on the right. Alright, let's do this. So, how are we doing this exactly? It said 1 on the bottom. It was 2 on the top, 4 on the middle, and 1 on the side. It didn't work. Okay, oh, I? Is it I? H, and... E? What the hell? I don't think I get it. No, I don't initially think I get it. Like, what's the thing here? Or maybe it's like telling me to cite the letters of the alphabet? So bad? Is that what it's trying to tell me? No, it only has 2 letters. So that's weird. If it only has 2 letters, let's see. If we can only put 2 dots in here, let's see. What has 2? A, I, M, N, and T. But it has 2 dots, so we don't count T. So M, N, and A, and I. I don't think I get it. I'm gonna lie to you. Yeah, I'm not getting it, honestly. could it be the same code I did for last time? Shit, I don't remember what the code was last time. Wait, is it ice? Huh. Well, I see. I see you solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. I guess ice is technically something all is. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sound that machine made. After all, it was a trivial matter to decode them. Ah, yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right of the device after you solved the puzzle. It sounded rather like something sliding open. Do you see anything that could have made that noise? Yeah, that's true. Ah, yes, one more thing. I heard a noise from the back of this device. Rather like metal striking wood or something similar, I would say. Well, it's nothing we need to concern ourselves about. A code emblem. What the heck is this? The metal shell looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. Oh, no way. Oh, holy shit. That is pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. A coffin. Coffin. Oh man. Does Seven think... Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am. No way. Could this be... I'm sorry, but what's going on? It's a coffin. I wonder if there's a vampire in it. Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Man, I can't remember what to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. Man, I wouldn't look in there. There's supposed to be a mummy in there. Alright, fine, I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. It's just a box. It's just a box. Holy shit, this is a coffin. There's going to be something horrible in there, I just know it. Okay. Deep breaths. Here we go. Oh. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, I can't believe I was scared of something like that. What do you mean, nobody? Were you expecting someone to be in there? It's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime. Well, it's just like Seven said, there's nobody in there. There is something in here, though. Well, two somethings, actually. What is that? Huh. Maybe we found them. There are two things in the bottom of the coffin. Look, looks like we got a plate with an emblem on it, and the Neptune key! Yes, we finally found it! Now we can get through the hallway. That's correct, Clover, but we do need to get out of the room first, you know. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. I don't have any objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. It's really important though, so I'll keep it in my pocket for now. As far as this other thing goes, I know where that's going. It's going over... Where was it again? Was it here? Here. Alright, I put the emblem into the four indentions on the desk. Huh? What is happening? Wait, what's Snake doing? I feel symbols engraved just above each indentation. On the upper left is the steering wheel symbol. On the upper right is the cross symbol. On the bottom left, the mysterious circle symbol. And the last is the waffle pattern engraved near the bottom right indentation. Additionally, each symbol seems to have been given a number. 1 steering wheel, 2 cross, 3 mysterious circle, and 4 waffle pattern. Perhaps we need to insert the emblems in this order? That order, huh? So 1 was the... the coffin's last. So 1 is the helm. That worked. Whoa. Well, now we got something on the monitors at least. What's that? It looks like some kind of puzzle. I wonder if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch a number area, the number will be selected and it will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause the ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls in a single area. Press the check button once you move all the balls except for the red ones, which you cannot move. The jitter row of the balls in the area must match the number for that area. That's it. I still don't really get it. Let's just practice. Practice makes perfect. Let's give it a shot. Don't you mean practice makes perfect? Hey, let's see if you solve the next one. Then you make fun of me. Okay, so without touching the red balls, I have to make the digital root of 6 and 3. That's what it says. So if I put only using 3 to 5 in each one, huh? So if I put 3 over here, and then 4 and 6. No, I'm wrong. Let's see. If I put 4... No. I'm wrong here. It's tough. Okay, and here, if I put 4, 6, and 3, that makes that, right? So 6, if I put... What's 7 and 8? That's 15. If I put... That's 15. But I need one more person. I need one more in there, so... What if I put 2 and 5? 2, 5, and 8. That would make 7. The combination will not open the door. What? Why not? That is just a root, isn't it? 2 and 5 and 8. That's 7. So 8. That's 15. 1 and 5 makes 6. And 3, that's 4, 3, 6. 4, 6, 3. That's 13. Oh, that's 13. Fuck. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. I have to do it without touching a 9 ball, huh? So I put 7. If I put 7 and 4, that makes 11. And if I put 6, that makes 17. And if I put 3, that makes 20. That's just the rest of the numbers then. There we go. Okay, this is right. But nothing's happening. There are still 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something will happen when they are all filled. Doesn't that seem likely? About these other ones. They're on the desk. They have the numbers 1 through 4 written above them. There are symbols for a steering wheel, a cross, a weird circle, and some kind of waffle pattern engraved on here. Well, I already put it in the steering wheel, so... Oh, I should put... let's get the cross. Hey, Junpei, something just stood up on the screen. The puzzle sure looks a lot like the last one. Yeah, but there's more of those red balls. You can't move. The numbers for each area are different too. Those have got the same rules as the last one, though. Sure you don't want to double check that? No, I'll be fine. If I get confused, I can just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Isn't that a picture's worth 1,000 words? Junpei, hey, shut it. At least I'm trying, alright? A 1 and a 7. Okay, so that should be a little more challenging. If I do 4, 5, and 2, that makes 11. No, wait. I can't use that number, right? So if I do 2, that's 7. There. Okay, now for 7. For 7. If I do 4 and 7, that makes 11. No, how about I do 6, 7, that makes 13. That makes 13, so then 8? No. Okay. I thought so. I thought so at the very least. 4. That will not be either. Okay. There we go. I thought so. I was like, that's awesome, Junpei. There's only 2 left. There's only 2 left now. You can do it. Okay, then the code. Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same, though. Don't you think we should double check it? Come on, this is the 3rd time I've done this. It'll be fine. So this is, if you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Shut up. Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. Oh, poor Junpei, he's trying. We can't lure 3. Damn, 7? Both 7s? Fuck. Let's see. I do 4, 5. That's 9. And do 6. No, I do 7. Right? That should be 7. So then this one should be the remaining numbers. Here we go. Excellent work, Junpei. You've only got 1 left. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Oops, wrong one. Here we go. The last emblem. This is the 4th one. This puzzle looks a lot like the last couple. I think this is probably the last one. Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright, I'll solve it in no time. Damn, we can't use 6? Wait a minute, we can't do this. No, we can't do this because you need 3 or more to do this, I think. Right? No, that was the rule. It said you needed 3 or more. And there's only 5 numbers here. Well, let's just think this through. What makes 8? 6. If I do... Huh. You think it's that simple? Yeah, I think so. 2 and 4, that makes 6. So I have 5 in there, it's 11. And that makes 2. Right, so this makes 9. And this is 8. But like, we can't do it like that. So what makes 8? Let's see. If I put 5 and 7, that makes 12. So that makes 3. And if I put 4, that makes 7. Yeah, this last one's kind of tricky, isn't it? How about 5 and 8? That makes 13. So that's 4. And I put 4. So 4, 5, and 8. Then 2 and 7? No, because it's not right. We need another number. And I'm pretty sure about that, but it's not like working. We can't, if both sides need 3 or more, this is kind of bullshit because there's not enough. I don't know. What if 9 just stays alone? Because it's like, we can't make a number with the 9. Well, we can, but we don't have enough number for one or the other, so if I do this. Huh. Where did the noise come? Why did that work? Underneath the keyboard? Way to go, Junpei! You answered all the questions! Damn, Junpei, good job! Hey, did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe.
A picture?
In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men.
What the?
Whoa. Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them before. That's Ace. That's the 9th man.
What the hell is this?
This man with a mustache on the right. He's the
That's
same
him.
guy.
Oh, holy hell, that is the
Captain's
captain.
quarters. He had the Zero bracelet on his left arm. And this second man, with the glasses and a doctor's coat.
That's the 9th man.
He's the 9th man. The one with bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one
in the striped suit, that's Ace. Yeah.
Oh man, that's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
7 Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders.
But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the 9th man and Cap too.
As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested that they were close, at least to some degree.
And they look happy, like they knew each other well. Why? How? How in the world are these 4 men connected?
Man, Ace low-key killed his friends like that. That's crazy. Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts.
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently though. Ace, the 9th man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
Oh, well, that's quite a shame that I can't see.
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
I don't know him either. Snake knit his eyebrows.
What's the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
The back?
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
You idiot. Junpei flipped the picture over.
Huh.
There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. He read it out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark.
Praying for the success of the Nonary project. With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido.
Nonary Project. Nijisaki, Kobuto, and Musashido. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over.
Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago.
Since Hongo wasn't mentioned, Junpei figured out that could only mean he'd written the words on the back himself.
That means Ace, the 9th man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this.
You're not.
It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be.
Because, not for me, because I've been on this. That their true identities did not come as a surprise was that what Junpei found most surprising.
Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project. But why? Why am I so calm? It's like I already knew.
Because you've already been through this before.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
Junpei looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look on the other man's face.
Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
Ace is Hongo?
Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he'd already known. Almost as if someone had whispered into his ear that, yes, of course Ace was Hongo.
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada, but Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
Really?
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, I would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't particularly interesting to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense of his own strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture. So Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leaders over and over to himself.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken to them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them.
Hey, Seven, do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet.
His eyes were red, and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close.
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro. Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nonary project.
Yeah, Seven. They were the ones you were trying to catch. And he stopped. Seven sat down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide, and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it.
Everything.
My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Seven's voice was filled with excitement.
What?
Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Please. Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo from the right. The other 3 are Musashiro, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashiro was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man, and Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei, along with a pressing question.
How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
Seven rubbed a scar on his chin.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Oh, did we not know that he's a cop yet in this one?
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked at Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might take them.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, all right?
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on.
Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly.
I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type.
A detective, huh?
I hold to my own code, because I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat.
The
I was
wharf been cold as
investigating a list
fuck.
of kidnappings, all of them children.
I just like how he said that sentence. The wharf be cold as fuck. I love Seven.
It all had one thing in common. A history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. My investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this. Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore. So I headed to the wharf. In the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement there.
Instead of packing again. Sheesh.
Men in black suits, many of them carrying large bags. Bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were killed, no doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand. Don't move. I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun. I could kill you right now. It'd be easy to get away with it, too. Just tie an anchor to your feet, and no one would find you for a week. Not what you want. The fish here would love a meal.
I kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun on the ground.
For some reason, I can't get the imagination of like fish eating seven. It's like that's a pretty big meal, guys. Seven, a big dude.
And suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A drug? That was my last
I'm
thought.
asleep.
My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it. Shit, my head hurts. I did a quick once-over of the room.
What's going on? What happened?
Where am I? A small shadow.
What happened to my gun?
A dirty sink. A toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. It would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed.
Yeah, so we've seen this
Sat
before.
down.
So we're gonna... I just want to see what happens after this, then.
I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it was under the bed, right?
Hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold on. Why are there kids here? And then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Alright, as you found out, you're on that ship.
It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then...
Seven, you're a strong guy, man. Ain't no way
Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside.
Was that really necessary to tell us?
So it was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly. Wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees. I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get. And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me, a massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then, there was a voice.
What? The incinerator room?
What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news. Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror. And all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. And a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges.
Very strong.
What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw.
Oh, this is it. This is where.
The room had a dome up top. There had to be about 9 walls, all the same size. Up in the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were, the kids I'd been searching for.
What?
They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent, for the moment, from surprise and fear. Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually.
Scared of me or the room? Well.
Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy.
No way! It's Santa.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kinda cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
Oh, this is... What the fuck? Man, these kids go through did these kids really go through the same thing we're going through, that we just went through this whole game?
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes. I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I
Right,
try
I
to make sure
mean,
that we're smart.
you just come here and tell them they said they're gonna die, and you're like, well, bye.
Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator.
What did you get?
Then... Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I
from the
torn the
sheets?
bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. It was sloppy, but it got the job done. All right, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right.
Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What?
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said.
And what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining when...
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Oh my god. Okay, so no, you guys didn't have enough numbers to go, so you let the other kids go?
The wall shook a bit from the voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. First one I pulled on was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after. He said he'd climb up on his own. Wearing the uniform at the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door.
What?
It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here?
What the hell?
Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
The Ace?
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gintaro.
No
Hongo,
way, it
the
was
CEO
Ace!
of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Yeah! It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope. Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the ducks behind me.
No! No!
Man, what the? Ace is a crazy motherfucker. You see? Do you hear his screams?
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face. He was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me.
Ace, you are 7. You are goated, okay? You are the best character here next to Junpei.
Point to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall. A plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me.
Really?
We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's still in there,
Yeah, that's not
Yeah, he
good.
just come out.
that meant we better. We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. We went up and up and up. Feet pounded the steps, our arms pumping fast. Round, 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 like the devil was on our tail. The stairway kept going.
Shit, he might as well be.
We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Akane?
My kid's sister. The girl with the red necktie.
What?
Akane. Akane. It's strange. I didn't remember seeing that name on the list of missing kids.
Hey! Akane!
Your kid? That is Santa. Your sister's here?
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Maybe we outran her.
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too, and so did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
No, that's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
No, it's not possible.
He turned to go. Hey, kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait! I don't think the kid even heard me. Fuck! I spun around to the boy in the jacket, and the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You two keep going, all right? Got it? The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. Boy.
I'm going with you.
That snake.
I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following. We ran all the way to the bottom floor of the hollow door. Akane was nowhere to be found.
Man, Jimmy must be going crazy because this could be Akane.
Where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated. And then suddenly...
Help me! Somebody help me!
We heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard hung Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win.
Akane!
Her brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him, into the incinerator. Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside. And then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open. But...
Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
He started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
You came back!
Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 8
Another 18 minutes?
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing!
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please! Please help me! I'm really scared! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise!
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
Seven? I know you didn't just leave. It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited and waited, but Seven didn't continue.
What happened then?
Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor.
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head. But there was something Junpei had to know.
Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Seven stared straight ahead of nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something burning. The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering, and in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty.
No, I can't even imagine what the
Finally,
body
he
looks
reached
like.
He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Junpei felt a cold lump from in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer he feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please?
Seven looked at Junpei curiously, and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips.
Kurashiki.
No fucking way! What the fuck? No. No.
Her name was Akane Kurashiki.
No. You're fucking lying to me. There's no way. Something inside Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake.
You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective.
Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away, he could hear Seven and Snake talking.
Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Why would I work for the guy who put me in this situation before?
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, I guess I believe you.
Clover nodded.
All right, let me ask you another question.
He stuck his hand into his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them again.
Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki.
Aoi Kurashiki.
He's Akane's brother.
Okay, so... Santa... So, I mean, Aoi and Akane are siblings. What the fuck?
You know
what?
that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother, but I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, Jun's brother?
There's that spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine began to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back.
There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
Oh.
What?
Come on, man. What kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, all right? Cut me some slack.
So the fourth person was the guy we killed, that Ace killed. But Ace didn't know, so...
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge?
Are you serious? So, wait, okay, so if the chance that Santa is 0, he did this to kill everybody. So Santa knew that Ace was Hanjo, and that's why he took him with him? So he can have a chance to kill him himself?
Santa is 0. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister. That's why he killed them.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone.
In fact, Jimmy didn't think. He knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. That's true. Ace killed the 9th man and Nijisaki. The captain, whatever his name was, Musashido. I have no idea who killed him, but perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane. But Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge and had even begun to accept it.
If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it?
It's gonna be
You
Ace.
sure I don't have to tell you?
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded.
The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
Man, let him die then. Fuck.
The person who planned the Nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
There was a moment of silence,
What?
and then the room shook. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water.
What the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit!
Come on, we need to get out of here.
It was a long talk. It was a long story, Seven. You said keep it short.
How?
In the drawer they had held, the picture was a key card. Junpei grabbed it.
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on,
Let's get to it
go.
then. New material. Picture of taken 9 years ago. Come on, then, let's go. Alright, let's just swap this card. Junpei, look! It's unlocked! Yeah, now we can go back to the library. Hurry up, Junpei, we don't have time. Let's go. Alright, let's go. So, there's no way, Santa pulled a gun to Akane. Oh, hell no. Seek a way out again. The door opened and they stumbled into the library.
Huh. I think the shaking stopped.
It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger.
You're right. Let's hurry.
They ran across the hallway.
This exit needs the Uranus card too.
Straight forward from the large metal door. To the next door was the Uranus card reader.
Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, I know.
They slid the key card through and the door rumbled
All
open.
right, it's open. Let's go.
Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached it into his pocket and pulled the key out as he ran toward it.
Okay, Neptune Key, let's see if you work.
He turned it.
Yes! I think it unlocked.
The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. And in front of them was another great metal door. My god, we're here again? Above it was a metal plaque.
It says incinerator. So this is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door.
Yeah, right here.
Junpei ran up to it.
Pull that and the door should open.
Got it.
As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The motor in the door groaned and it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste.
Let's go.
As soon as the door had opened far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Right, shouldn't they all be there? Then suddenly, there before them were the four who they parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted.
What the hell is going on?
Junpei ran toward June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
Her face was pale and her lips dry. If she spoke, you could barely hear her.
Junpei, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over, weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking.
Hey, what happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Lies.
I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
She was looking toward Santa. Junpei turned to look as well.
Santa.
Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
Damn, Seven! Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him.
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
Not Ace, not Ace.
I took the gun.
No! God damn it!
Ace.
He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lois' temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes were flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to be desperately want to say something else.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace sneered.
You have me at a disadvantage. And I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
Man, fuck your pain!
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Junpei's voice was casual, or at least it was trying to be.
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that?
Good question.
Junpei couldn't say, he just knew. Another unexplainable mystery.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in a small indentation on the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner.
First is 1. Give me your hand.
He beeped and he forcefully lowers his hand onto it as well. Damn it!
8. And with this...
He reached into his pocket. He pulled something out of it and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the red.
9.
9. The thing he had used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9.
The 9th man. Kubota's bracelet.
Yeah.
I believe I've won this game.
His smirk made Junpei's blood boil.
I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is.
Junpei's eyes flickered towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either.
What the hell are you planning, Santa?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait!
Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid the hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it.
What? Why isn't it opening? One more time.
Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... Oh, hell no. At the last second, he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it into the red.
Now open!
He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red and then his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time.
No! What is this? Why? That digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red.
Now!
Seven chose the moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace. Man, charge his ass! Ooh! It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. Hell yeah! Now kick him! He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace.
Oh, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it.
Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy.
Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be...
Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass.
Oh, you were that detective that messed with my shit back in the... Yes, I was. Kick. Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Jimmy walked toward him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face.
Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused.
Oh, right. You don't know yet. All right. We'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the Nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital route.
Yeah. Yeah, all those examples.
Which means that number 9 could do whatever they wanted. You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem. He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this Nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota. But he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, You ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki.
Yeah. And you recognize Snake's clothing, so you thought it was Snake.
Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake.
And you knew Snake was part of the game 9 years ago, so you wanted to get rid of him too, just in case.
That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid, but his presence made you think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead.
And you mean to say... Snake is still alive?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man. But I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead.
Thanks for killing the wrong guy. It really helps me.
Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Ace's self-derision was frustrating, but Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle, which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there.
Whoa, oh my god. That's what that was?
Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest.
That's why? Holy hell. He was gone for a while after that, I won't lie to you.
One blow was all it took. And then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you.
Right. It's like, bro, I was thinking like, you kind of did that kind of risky.
You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace.
That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out.
Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it. But why?
Because of this.
Slowly, Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper.
What's with the paper?
Just read it.
Junpei took it and opened it.
Let's see.
This was what it said.
Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent.
Ace, you really didn't want to do that. For real, that's all you had to do.
Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please, Zero.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else.
But we found it.
If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan.
Yeah, but we found it.
Fortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters.
But you planned to kill the person in there anyway. Didn't matter who it was.
I asked him. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was.
Ace, you're a sick bastard.
I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace had confessed everything. What energy he had left him with the truth, and he sat on his knees. Although he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet, but among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who had murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly.
Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet, in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back.
Yeah, but it's crazy, but Ace, you were set up from the very beginning.
Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Santa? Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh?
Santa's face was sad as he spoke.
My memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the Nonary game this time around was Zero.
No, Santa's not Zero.
And Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh?
Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the Nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... Nah, I guess there's 2 things you got wrong.
Yeah, you're not Zero.
Number 1, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
June?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say 2 things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago.
It wasn't?
That's why this Nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the Nonary game. To save someone.
Save someone?
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw...
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went wide as dinner plates and he spun around toward June. Junpei followed his gaze.
What?
What? She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing.
What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki?
Seven began to mumble to himself, a strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he were struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the side of his head.
Oh, my head! My head, it feels like it's gonna pop.
Seven! What the hell is going on?
I don't know. I just... Oh! I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode!
From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured.
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact.
Yeah.
The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were two separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
Where what is going?
Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia?
So, who was telling Junpei all this?
How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's...
The answer to that is easy. He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Imagine the river that splits in two, like an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom, from a single stream into 2 branches. It only follows in one direction. It can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river. Even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am the 9th letter of the alphabet. But I am also 0. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Where did she go? June. No, Akane. Where did she go? Where did you go? Hold on. Who did... No, if what I'm thinking...
Santa!
Why is Clover... Oh, shit.
Freeze.
Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he turned the tables on Ace. Though, wonder how he likes having a gun to his head.
Get up.
Sure isn't about to take the gun from off of him for a minute, isn't he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. Heck, he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through the door, but...
Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
He can't get through any number of doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
That's it. That's all he's gonna give us? That's all he's gonna give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens.
Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
Hold on. Am I crazy? It's just... I might be wrong, but... Is Junpei 0? Is Junpei 0? No way. But how? Where did Akane go? Man, I was thinking like, there's no... I was thinking Akane wasn't real at the time. And then, like, when she disappeared, I was thinking, like, no way. People were talking to her. But then I was thinking, like, maybe you all were, like, hallucinating Akane, but, like, having the same kind of conversations with her and shit? That's really weird. And now, I'm thinking how Junpei got this information is Junpei from a different timeline was telling him this.
You mean we're trapped?
So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now.
No way.
No, you can't be serious.
Oh, but he is. Shit, we gotta do something. Maybe we can still get out through the door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright, we can do this. I just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 26, 2, 6, and 8. If there's any combination that'll work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm gonna need them. Ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Huh? A man. She doesn't... Aw, man, she doesn't look very happy. Wait, hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that!
Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Guys.
What? And there's no other way?
There's no other way. Lotus. Looks like she's figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel.
It's okay. Go.
No, I'm not leaving you, Lotus. Fuck that.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
I am not leaving you. No.
Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot!
Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she's expected that much, that about as much as I did.
Without, if you're not, look, it'd be bad, all right?
For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence.
Bad?
Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
What?
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, all right? End of story.
I'm not doing it either.
Seven.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Good shit. I'm not leaving you either, Lotus. Hell no. I've come to like you, okay?
Me too.
You didn't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry.
That being said, however,
However,
I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Yeah, for some reason it didn't work.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace?
Ace tried it. He had the 9, but it didn't work.
I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier at the...
oh yeah.
No! What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Just to see. Why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot.
Yes, that is what I said.
Why not, right? Might as well see if it does work or not. It didn't work. Why not?
You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
You think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we could get to that hole 7 popped out 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at this door with a 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. What? Akane? I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflecting in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking. What he was feeling. What he was sensing. All his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness, was inside of him. Through the morphic field set, we were resonant, and we was one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise, like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off in the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonance even event melted into him and we became one. Inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind 9 years in the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. One was the present and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as 2 movie showings on the same screen at the same time. Eventually, it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here!
What the? Wait, so... Akane, you were looking 9 years into the future from Junpei's eyes? To now? Wait, oh, I had the theory too. Akane, are you Zero? That was my brother, Aoi. He was yelling. I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age.
Come on, hurry up!
We ran down a long, straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got into a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It has been 2 hours since the Nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we will call him Snake.
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment?
He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down, and we gathered around him.
I have a little sister. She is very important to me.
Right now, she is over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday.
What? Is Clover's real name Clover? As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 four-leaf clovers.
I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 four-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand?
Man, Snake a real one.
If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends.
He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single 4-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say.
Now, don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with a number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. So, 4 of you let it go. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside down funnel. For some reason, this door had another number 9, but this time it was only 1. But if there was only 1 door, that meant only 5 people could escape.
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors.
We began to panic. Then, as if things had gone bad enough already, bro, I can't imagine what they've gone through like this, bro. I'd be scared. If I was a kid doing that, I'd be scared out of my mind.
In 18 minutes, please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat, emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
My brother Aoi swallowed hard and answered.
I think it means this room is gonna burn.
Burn!
The plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
No! Help me!
Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. You can beat despair if you. Then, high up on the wall, the door opened and the man appeared. He was huge, frightening mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7.
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys.
Wait, this is different. All 9 of them were there?
I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The rest happened just like 7 had said it did. The 4 of us who stayed behind were saved by 7. Oh, okay. We crawled through the vent, away from the incinerator, and slid down into the hall. We came out on the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite to the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother Aoi, Snake, and Seven. The other children, the ones who got in through the number 9 door, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they caught up. That was when I realized.
Oh, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present?
I knew I'd had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back. I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me. I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think. I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected to all the other areas of the ship. I hid in the shadows, and moments later, I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically.
There it is!
It was just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back toward the stairs and freedom... Akane, are you serious? The door to the incinerator opened, and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we will call him Ace.
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could.
No! Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was just only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo.
Stop struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Then suddenly,
Akane!
the door to the stairs flew open, and my brother, Aoi, burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake.
Akane!
He cried my name again as he leaped toward Hongo.
You came back!
But then,
You're too late, idiot!
Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. The force of it threw me onto the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the opening number nine door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all, and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by a roadside. A few moments later, the 2 other doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with a 9.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice.
Help me!
My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here.
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door.
What?
Then it started again.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Incineration will begin in
Oh shit.
18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Holy shit. Man, I knew what I was gonna say, but this is one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it.
It's starting.
Why did Santa do this?
Santa started the incinerator.
But why?
Fuck! Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about?
Right, Lois was not here for all of this. She don't know what the fuck's going on.
It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. You aren't making any sense.
Look, it's a long story, but we don't got time to explain this.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now. I promise. I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
But
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
We have got to get out of
You know
here.
what that means, right? Incinerate means burn.
what kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means.
Well,
God damn it! Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7, figure this out.
What? Why me?
Right, why him? I'm the main
Just
character.
shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button.
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because he was in this room 9 years ago.
Because I looked for it 9 years ago.
Yeah, Lois isn't happy about that. Shit, I wouldn't be either. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor. It's moving. What the hell? What else can I say about it, but...
What the hell is that?
What is that?
Oh, this is kind of cool. We're going to the... Okay, oh my gosh. So Akane, as a kid, is seeing this, and she's seeing Junpei in the future doing this as well. That's kind of cool. What else could I say? The floor opened, and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least, it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off, even as more took their place, and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on the screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm swaying like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives me home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Man, I wish that thing would just shut up.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Hey, move!
You're the computer girl, you do it. God, hey, we're all tense, lady, but that doesn't mean you get to shove people around.
Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
Surely, sure, I'll just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... What? Huh, well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though?
What is this?
What's up?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
It's got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered across a 5x5 grid. The numbers range from 1 to 8.
do you think that if we solve this puzzle,
The incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
Alright, puzzle. How do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again.
Incineration will begin in 13 minutes.
13 minutes. We're on a time limit here, guys. Shit, 13 minutes. Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face, a frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long have you been watching me?
Don't know what to do.
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
Fucking evil! His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears.
You're a terrible person! I hate you!
Oh my! How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice.
Oh my fucking god, I hate this type of person!
I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I've even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that, and you can stop the incinerator.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you, I'm a fair man.
Huh?
If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
The verification function of the red?
Then I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red.
Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number?
I looked down at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. I ran to the door with a 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel. It didn't work.
You really aren't one for listening, are you?
I hear Hongo's muffled voice from across the room.
I've already told you, didn't I? Once you've solved the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Why?
She's a kid!
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys.
Just because you can't see faces, fuck off!
Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't! I don't know how!
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't!
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it'll be very painful.
Nah, Ace a menace, bro. What the fuck is wrong with him? His horrible laughter echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it.
Incineration will begin in 10 minutes.
Come on. I was crying. Great gulping sobs began, broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow, I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the monitor.
I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out.
What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating, and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot, so hot, I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would pound itself into pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed.
Help me! Jumpy! Help me! Help me! Help me! Jumpy! Jumpy!
Bro, this is insane. What
Jumpy!
the fuck?
Please! Help me! Jumpy!
Akane?
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane?
Right, you don't know that either.
Shut up! Just shut the hell up!
Seven and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me, and I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here?
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something!
Fuck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit!
Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy?
Oh, whoa. I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course. But I heard it so clearly. Like he was right there.
Jumpy!
I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
Jumpy!
That's her. She's there. Then that means...
Akane! Akane!
Are you in an incinerator right now?
Yes, I am! How did you know?
I couldn't believe that he knew that. Now I understand what Santa meant.
There's only
Right.
one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
What? Hold on. Are we about to change the future? You know, but wait, Akane, what? Are we about to change the future or the past? Cause she died, right? Akane did die, but
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
Jumpy, we don't have time!
as quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it!
And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all this means. I know why the Nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is... Zero is... Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her, no matter what.
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes.
Dude, no way. How the hell? So Akane from the future... this Akane... What? How the hell? Akane is Zero. So... Akane is trying to save the past version of herself that died 9 years ago? The voice reminded me how much time I had left.
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. It felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way!
Hey, what are you...
Just trust me, okay?
Sorry, Lotus. I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Now let's have a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over the grid. I think the panels are out of order. So I just need to switch these out? Staring at it isn't going to accomplish anything. I'll just have to try it.
Just think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem.
Seek a way out. Let's do this. The last one. What? When I press hint, numbers appear in the empty spots on the grid. They're all single digits. I get the feeling the numbers change when I switch out the yellow squares. But this square at the bottom, why does it stay blank when I press hint? The numbers do change, don't they? What does it mean, though? Pressing the button again makes the numbers disappear. It's like I could turn them on and off. Then is there some special meaning to there being two modes? What could it mean? Okay, so the numbers switch. The blue numbers switch when I switch. The blue numbers turn to a different number if I switch out something else. So I put P and 5 here. But what's the significance about this? What if I flip the hint? When I flip the hint off, all the empty spots look like the one in the bottom right. Does that mean they're supposed to match? Then maybe I need to make all the numbers in the squares the same. 9! That's what we got to do. So if that's right... There. Here. Almost there. Here we go. U. Isn't that it? If I switch out a yellow square, the numbers that show up in the hint change too. Note that the numbers are affected by the adjacent square. For example, when I switch out 3 with 5, the hint number increases by 2. I bet the hint just asked the surrounding numbers. The hint displays what the adjacent yellow squares add up to it, so most of the answers should be 2 digits, but each square only has a single digit. They must be calculated in a different way. Digital roots? If they're digital roots, then they all have to end up as 1 digit. 1 digit? Does that mean all of them have to be a 1? Because all of them are 9 now. So... Hold on. Add the numbers. But there are letters here too. Wait, haven't I used letters as numbers before? A is 10, B is 11, C is 12. Maybe I need to replace the letters with numbers. Okay, hold on. If that is true, I think I got the gist of the puzzle up top. I just need to make all the digital roots the same. But what number? Switching out a yellow square affects all hint squares around it. Wait, but one square doesn't get a hint number. The 9th spot at the bottom. Only this one stays blank. Maybe a fixed number goes inside. So the 9th square has a different rule. If only I knew what the number goes there. have to find out what numbers... I have to find out what each of your numbers are. So I can switch out... So I can find out what number this is and then make all the blue ones that. So, hold on. So this is 1. That makes 3, right? I didn't do anything. But why is that 5? Were you 2 initially? So... Then you go back to 3. 5. 8. 7. 9. 6. I didn't see the number 2. So it's 2. It has to be. Or the 4. No, 4 is there. But wait, did I see a 2 or a 4? There's 2. Yeah, no, I'm positive. I think they all have to be 4s. So if that's the case... That's... 7... 7 here. Oh, do I have to spell a word with the numbers? Oh, Password. But they were all... Please enter password. The password? 9? Is that your final answer?
Yes, that's it! Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did! I solved it! I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did! Now I just have to press enter!
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Okay, I will!
I hit the enter key.
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed. Incineration system has been disabled.
Thank God.
Jumpy! It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different story of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I had left disappeared and I collapsed to the floor. For a while, I just lay there, laughing and crying, and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst.
Whew.
I can't quite believe I did that. But I am so glad. So glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. Hey, you gotta stop it too, Junpei. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane.
Akane! Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Oh, of course!
Look at the phone call. I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind.
Now.
Well, Seven and Lois don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your life, guys.
Junpei, are you...
Okay?
Shut it.
Right. Okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait.
Incineration will begin
What?
in 90 seconds.
It didn't work?
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again. And again. And again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell is going on? I got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't anything stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
No way, dude. Wait, of course. That's what the numbers that showed up after the puzzle meant. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Snake, Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. Then, door 9. No, that's it. The number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Holy shit. Of course. Then we just have to put the right number into the red and...
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Well, hurry the fuck up!
Get to the door! Run!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they can just trust me on this, or we're all fucked. Alright, no time to explain, just go.
Quick, verify your numbers on the red.
Verify? Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify.
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Just do it, guys, damn! Hurry, 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 hurry!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds.
Dude, hurry the fuck up!
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
It worked!
Gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled.
Oh, thank fucking Christ. No time to be happy. Time to go.
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, go, go!
Come on, guys, move it! Okay, they're all through. Move in, Junpei. Just in time. Oh, you gotta go find the dead. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. We still gotta find the dead. Bro, this is crazy. What type of story is this, bro?
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lois are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. I just want to take a nap, but...
Akane? Akane! Can you hear me? Akane!
I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
Oi!
So we changed the past. That's crazy. I cried his name, even though my voice was almost gone from screaming, and leaped into his arms.
Oh, oi!
Akane!
I buried my face into his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever. But I couldn't. The moment I passed through the door, My bracelets had begun to count down to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to it, to scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Honcho had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective who we call 7 in 9 years, and Snake the blind boy were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open.
Let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Aoi was right. It was time to get moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar 7 and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running up the spiral stairs to freedom. Time for more running. But if they can get us out of here... No wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Is 7 talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Shit, throwing shade.
Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
So that goes from 0 to 9, right?
And how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there. B, C, D, etc.
You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same. So, I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16.
H is 17.
H is 17, 18, J 19.
K is 20, L is 21, M is 22.
N is 23, O is 24.
He is 25.
Yeah.
Q
and
is...
What comes after that?
Q is 26?
Q.
26!
And
what does that mean?
Oh.
There wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was the freaking... It was a Q?
A
fucking lowercase Q?
Yep, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27.
So they had to put in the number 26. They had to put in the number 26 in there? Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear, any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell in my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst, but maybe it's just a short rest. No, can't stop. Don't have time. Come on, legs. There can't be any more of these steps left. Let's run. Run like a bullet down a rifled barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant, coiled dragon. Finally! Did you guys make it? Jesus, I can barely breathe. No. Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together. You're almost there.
Alright, I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes, we're finally here!
Please do.
Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together again. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped were finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed across the ocean, and then it was gone.
It's over.
Ollie whispered.
Yeah.
It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what will happen in 9 years. Yes, finally, air! Ugh. Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. Huh, I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait.
No way.
What's wrong? You have gotta be shitting me.
What?
It can't be.
This is...
What the fuck? Where the hell are we?
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
What? How? We were in the ocean!
the mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in Building Q.
No! What? There's no way! We were on the ship! Sure enough, there's a desert out there, with mountains all around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of those before. Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip, like an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. Figures. What?
Jumpy.
Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Well, wait, is that it? No way. That's it? No way. What? Dude, this was insane. What? I've never heard of a story like this before. Okay, so this whole thing was to bring Akane back to life in a way? So they did this experiment to see if they can have like basically telepathy powers, right, in people, to see if that seems like that's a real thing. So they did this. Ace did this, right? 9 years later, and Akane died there, for sure. She died there 9 years ago. And then it was apparently it was Akane. If Akane is Zero, so Akane did this, made this whole game again, brought us into it, so that we could save her from in the past. That's so weird! That's really crazy, dude. Like, just for all that to happen.
Are you okay?
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Aw, them's kids.
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set.
How does it look then?
He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first.
Let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
You do look pretty fucked up, Junpei.
What does that even mean?
And Junpei grinned and...
See? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's
Damn,
crazy.
8th graders, Jumpy? 8th grader, Junpei?
But I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing has a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building. Keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in, and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat here. I still can't believe we let her drive. No way!
This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit.
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, all right? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Right, you're next to a big dude over there in the back.
Hey, shut it. All right? Suck it up.
Hey, you cool, Seven, don't worry.
Why don't you drive, Seven?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
Man, you can break the law now, Seven, after everything you've been through.
He doesn't have an international license.
Oh.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up.
Lotus, get your ass in the back. You ain't done nothing the whole game, low-key.
And Clover, there's no need to slow down.
Hey, I say have fun. Go with it.
The car Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Let's get going. Oh, shit. God damn, it just doesn't need to drive so fast. Man, I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. We're sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple hours after we ran into the junior high students. They began hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. What the fuck? The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them furious.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could.
Help me! Officer, please! You have to come with me!
The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy, sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big swelling lumps.
You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me?
I asked him. He stuck his tongue out though, out through the hole of his mouth where the tooth had fallen out.
Yeah, I guess I could've.
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Junpei, a real
what
one.
they were doing to the kitty.
Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Oh, you mean the bunnies.
Yeah, the bunnies.
He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it in the wind.
They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get.
Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do.
Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Gentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Well, yeah, I guess I could.
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
He's in this trunk? Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. His eyes just look empty. No emotion. He looks like he's just about giving up. I wonder if he even cares about what happens to him anymore.
Hey, were you listening to us?
Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth.
Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
You could at least look at him when you talk. Man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces.
You did all that just to see, just to look at someone's face?
By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes. If you want to put it simply, but if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness...
No, we don't need that. Shut your ass up. I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on.
All right. So what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Well, somebody's a little nosy.
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well,
Right.
see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own. I catch him when I finally slipped up. During the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. Bourdain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there
Right.
actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature?
Sound like Hongo has something to say. Alright, fine. I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave.
What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant.
A plant?
My research determined that it was a member of the genus Madrigorum, of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Sopor. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. He's going back on, Hongo. The rest of my questions can wait a bit. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is a for you doll. His name is Junpei.
Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved out his arm toward me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn small enough to fit in his palm.
Jumpy, are you sure it's, for you, doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so, so that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Hey, it looks that bad.
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
I like
well, you know how after June, we aren't going to get to see each other too much? I mean, we're going to be in different schools, and I just thought I'd, you know,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June then?
Okay.
Okay.
So, I wanted to give you this.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes. I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this, it me. So we always together.
Sound like Gota from Danganronpa V3.
Oh, Jumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell onto June's tiny yarn body.
Oh, Jumpy. I'll never forget you. I promise.
Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words.
I'll never forget you either.
The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat, bathed in the warm light of evening. Just the two of us, leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set, and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one, the lights of the town began to flicker on. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic, but she's still alive now as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the morphic mindset, into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then how do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Snake makes sense. He's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But Seven, he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or wait, maybe that's not it at all. There is one other logical explanation. Was that you that told me the truth, Seven? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't.
Hey, look! Over there! There's somebody next to the road.
Wait, what did Seven do?
What?
What the f... Huh? The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there, on that shimmering plain, was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. That's Alice. What? Don't forget your towel. What? Wait a minute. What? What the? Wait, so she is real. I don't. Nah, that kind of confused me a bit. I'm not sure exactly what to make of that. Oh, shit. That's it, right? That's it. Holy hell. What the? Okay. Let's talk for a second here. I know this video's long enough. Let's talk. Everything was fine. Our first initial playthrough of this game was great. I loved it. Everything about it. I loved it. Even the cliffhanger ending that we got. I loved it. It made me want to play the game again. And we got the second ending. And then that was crazy. How we all died near a submarine. And they don't tell you, but I'm pretty sure it was Ace. I think Ace faked his death. That ending. And came back and killed us. Because there was no one else. So, and then the other ending. Then we got our third ending, which was what was it? What was our third ending again? All right, we figured out who Ace was. Clover died. Things like that, right? So that one was really interesting because we wouldn't know about all this stuff unless we already knew about it, right? Okay. That was cool. And the fourth ending, kind of mid. Clover killing us, leaving, kind of mid. And then the other one, Lotus dying, and then Junpei dying. and I'm so sure it was Ace again. So, and then this one that took so long to do, really long, and for good reason. Everything was fine. Everything kind of made sense, like how it was supposed to go. Like us saving June in the past so she can be in the future. But if she was Zero, she was already here in the future. All that stuff, right? That's fine. And then they pulled the mummy girl out, and then I'm like, now I'm confused. Oh, that was actually an amazing. This was pretty good of a story. Like I said, it kind of confused me to the end, but it was pretty good. And I don't get about the mummy though. That's what's confusing me a bit. But everything else seems fine. So did Seven know exactly? Did Seven lie? Because he told the story a little differently. But it's weird how Seven told the story of Akane dying, and yet we saved her. But you're still like, it's still weird how this is like, kind of like a weird time travel story, but it's technically not. But it's like we technically changed the past, but you know, in a weird way we didn't, or like it already happened because it's weird. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it a little more. If one of you can explain it to me, maybe that explains to me in a more simple version, like how this kind of makes sense. Let me know in the comments. But oh man, this was something. This was genuinely something. I don't regret playing this game. I really don't. I have to thank my friend, my friend Andrea. She legit got me into this game, and I said, okay, I'll finally try it out, and I have not regretted it since then. Maybe when I got this ending. Maybe I regretted it when I got that ending, but everything else was fine. And I loved it. And she tells me that the sequel game is actually a bit more crazy. It's actually more crazy. I'm like, really? And that's why I bought the combo. I bought the Nerd game. So we are gonna play the sequel game. I think it's Virtue's Last Reward. We are gonna play it. Don't know when, but we'll play it. I think I want to finish Resident Evil 4 or Pokemon. And yes, now that we're done with this game, more Pokemon videos will come out. I promise. And once we finish Resident Evil, or no, once we finish either Resident Evil or Pokemon, whichever one comes first, I think we'll get onto Virtue's Last Reward. Alright then guys, thank you all for joining me on this. If you stayed until the very end, I know these past couple videos have been very long ones. Like 4 or 5 hours. And if you did watch them, I really appreciate it. Thank you. It means a lot. I know I'm not the most, like, funny or talkative guy, but I'm trying my best here. It's really hard to talk to people when they're not here, but I know I gotta talk to them. But like if you did stay with me through this whole game, thank you. It means a lot. Thank you for coming on this journey with me. And if you experience it for the first time with me, that'll tell me how crazy it was. And if you have already known about this game and how it went, and you just want to see my reactions, I thank you for that too. And if you let's talk in the comments, how we all felt about this game and everything, because it was something. It was something. Now I'm probably gonna watch a video like explaining the ending, and now I'll get it. I'll probably get it. But alright then, guys. So next time, like I said, we'll be going back to Resident Evil 4 and Pokemon. More Pokemon will be coming now on the way because of this. We're done with this game, thankfully. And once Resident Evil 4 or Pokemon end, we'll go to the next game, Virtue's Last Reward. Until then, thank you guys for watching this video. Thank you for watching this series with me. If you did enjoy it, don't forget to like, subscribe, share, comment. You want to know what to do. Hit the bell so you're notified whenever I drop new videos. Check out all my social media, links in the description down below. And with that being said, guys, this is Event Night, and I'll see you all next time. Peace.